If you mean to ally with the Order, reckon I can't blame you. More importantly, it's becoming clear to me that folk don't actually want us here. Westport resisted as long as there is another option. The Order. They're trying to do right by the refugees, after all, and seem reasonable when they ain't being strong-armed by extremists. You could consider them. Transition of power will be smoother anyway, if this war's anything to go by. I'm glad. Listen, normally I'd take issue with one person playing Kingmaker. That is to say, you, and especially. There'll be enough time for that later. For now, we need to ally with someone who can defeat the Protector. We should move on, unless you've got something for.
I suspect there is a rock in my boot. Speak freely.
Dagmar. And out of all the cultists, she elevated me to the highest rank in the Dawn. She was my supervisor. I was just a lowly scientist. And when she saw my pain, she looked into my background. It was then that she recruited me. And why is that so difficult to believe? Ironically, I used my closed-minded scientific rigor as we were both Rift researchers. It's how she discovered the truth about them. Which was when she saw my psychological profile from when I would. But my parents, the paranoia the Protectorate created, they were terrified that my behavior would lead people to start looking at them askance. You remember I told you they were vigilant? They could have helped me in numerous ways, ways lesser subjects' parents couldn't. But they did nothing. My existence was always bleak, joyless. She gave me a life, a family. Or so I thought. Thank you. But Dagmar has shown me I can't depend. It's hard to explain, but outside, I depend on the Dawns, and I won't.
If it ain't my favorite commander, just stopping by to check.
Our technician manifests at last. Halt there. You match the description of the technician we have been vigilantly awaiting, but as they say, assumptions made are mistakes readied. Present yourself, so that I may take the measure of you. Evidently so. Satellites from our magnificent Hyperion reticulum do not tumble so gracelessly down from the skies every day. Some might label me mistrustful, but I wonder at your sudden assignment to this matter. Your tardiness, too, invites questions. It raises doubt you are even who you presume to be. On second appraisal, I see I was mistaken to doubt you as a resolute subject of the Protectorate. You clearly carry yourself as one with a fearsome purpose. You may avail yourself of the satellite. Matriarch guide you in your work.
Blast! I was halfway. Speak freely.
Finished already?
Yes, Commander. Inquire away. I may even respond more than anyone alive, I suppose. Not that I agree with all of her stated conclusions. In our time at the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection, I gained many colleagues. She needn't have worried, though. I have recently come to appreciate in a typically roundabout fashion, more or less. Not sure how she... I mean, of course I know who I am. Or that is, I know who I was. May all...
Go about your business, then.
Daydreaming on the job? Refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts.
You have the gratitude of everybody in Wit. Why, you got a right serious outside.
Under protectorate law, we are bound to inform you that you have entered a recreant locality. Records state as follows.
Hey there, go. Why, hello again. Any new business to discuss? Involving, of course. Hey there, go-getter.
And or manipulative indoctrinatory falsity.
Stranger. Hello again. Here to help?
Outsider. Once our automechs are all running again, we'll have...
People are gonna start to talk. Aren't you reliable? There, all done. Was there anything else you wish to discuss? No need to wait for permission.
security personnel are permitted in this. Lift access is currently restricted. Keep moving. At this time, residents of Laplace's garden are not permitted beyond this point.
I look forward to the reclamation now. How might we be of use to one another? Yes! Excellent! Take that, reductionists! Your horrid little surveillance. Don't tell anyone about that outburst, please. Here's something to keep you quiet. Not for now, but keep speaking to me. I've informed the presiding bishop you're coming to speak. I'm sure I don't need to say this. But if you even think about bringing harm to Ruth, I shall know. Let's pinpoint what you and I can accomplish.
Ah, you've made such progress moving us toward an Order Antis-Choice alliance. Everything seems to be going according to the plan so far. But we approach a critical juncture. When you go in to speak with the presiding bishop, please raise the issue with her. I assure you this is the correct thing to do. For yourself, for us, for Arcadia. If you continue working for the Order alone, it will likely burn any possible bridge with Antis-Choice. So this is our last and only farewell. I would say good luck, but I put no stock in chance. Only probably.
The Order has always proclaimed patience as a virtue, but I am pleased my waiting is finally at its endpoint. For so long, you have only existed as numerical values on a chart. A bright star in a constellation of possibilities, as it were. Now with your arrival, the Order nears the totality of its goals, provided you are willing to stay aligned with our cause. Prudent. Now then, I gather you already know who I am, but science has shown that good manners strengthen developing relationships by 5.3%. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruth Bassar, third presiding bishop of the Order of the Ascendant, supreme calculator, and, plan willing, the architect of Arcadia's prosperous future. My sensory deprivation chamber. I spend the majority of my days closed inside the silence, dulling myself against the tedious excesses of the body and mind. Want no longer factors into my decisions, but I can see how that might confuse one of such spirited bearing. I am using the chamber to prepare for a test of significant endurance. I think it best to leave the discussion there for now. I admit, when I sent my initial message, I did not exactly know who its recipient would be, but I trusted the plan, and lo and behold, it provided you as the solution. Your recent exploits at Greater Tranquility Station have certainly made for compelling reading material. Confronting an assassin, and thereby sparing the delegates' lives before the rift inexplicably destroyed the station? Such a commendable effort is worthy of acknowledgement. Sorry to disappoint. However, there's something of even greater import we must discuss. It's recently come to my attention that secret communications have been exchanged between Laplace's garden and the undisputed claim. Do you know anything about that? I should have known. Vicar Levin has made this appeal to me at least thrice since his return. He really cannot accept a solution he did not devise. Wise enough to recognize the perils, too. But the right course often involves remaining open to new possibilities. I will put the question to you one final time. Are you certain you would rather pursue this path than work exclusively with the Order? There will be no future option to reconsider. Then I will endeavor to bring that vision to fruition, if the plan wills it. A true in-person meeting between myself and Auntie could never take place due to the security risks. But perhaps a remote conference could be a viable alternative. The odds of you persuading Auntie Cleo to agree are unfavorable. But the math does improve if you have greater standing within her corporation. Everyone serves a function in the plan. The sooner you make peace with yours, the more effective you will become in the execution of your role. Once you have met with Auntie, instruct her to send me a communique. We can finesse the details of a conference then. My time is yours, for the moment. Call it proof of concept. Laplace's garden is more than its aesthetic. It offers a vision of a future free from the despotic rule of narrow-minded jingoists, where the fruit of the plan can finally ripen. It saddens me to see the garden so despoiled by our wartime presence. But with the loss of Spyerton, necessity dictated we quarter here in the interim. Oh, the Laureate Council simply draws a name out of a hat. Yes, there's a reason they call it the madness of crowds. In reality, I was recommended for my position by the preceding bishop. Paired with my skills as a seer, I was the natural choice when it came time for the council to vote. Thank you for that charitable assessment. My predecessor, presiding Bishop Earl, and I had a close working relationship. He knew I possessed the skills and temperament for the role. I counted him a friend. Earl shared with me his doubts about the Order's partnership with the Protectorate, the compromises made. He had many such regrets at the end of his life. Likely not, but it is the responsibility of every student to surpass their mentor in understanding and sentiment. And I can reliably assert that I have done that. May you achieve progress in accordance with the plan.
Failed to cite her work completely. I worked with presiding Bishop Earl, you know. Now there was a serious scientician.
Yes, dear? Anything on your mind?
May the plan...
The plan is always in motion. Much like you, it would seem. As I told you in my message, a splinter group was responsible for recruiting your fellow agent and tasking her to perpetrate that heresy. The conviction of those radicals was such that they elected to perish from exposure to Cloister's wilderness to avoid fouling their predictions and my interference. Their interpretation of the data was at odds with mine. I forbade them taking action, to no avail, obviously. I disavowed their actions then, as I do now. A wise leader is always open to... May you achieve... Welcome back, Agent. May you...
Be the statistical exception to the natural state of entropy in the universe.
The Chamber of Conflict Evaluation and Strategic Planning is currently off limits to non-essential order personnel.
Welcome back, Kate. In what manner can I assist?
Enemy moving into harm's way. Trust me.
Craft doesn't sense target.
Taking the fight out of that. They've been numbed. Every component is vital. Proceeding, check your scopes for combatant analysis.
You telling me all those switches ain't just there for decoration? Ugh, we got our work cut out for us.
I've encountered more than a few of these experimental weapons in my career. Messy, volatile, overpowered. Of course you want it, dear.
Resorting to violence. We've got company, Commander. And friendly. Combatant scan.
In business.
Hostilities are afoot. Stun weapon ready, Commander. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Replenishing my firearm! Yes, the weapon is very impressive. But do take a moment to admire its classic order industrial design.
Seems we may be able to utilize the substance. That ain't sure for one.
Go for torpification. Yeah. Have a fix on their weaknesses.
got out alive, and with a weapon of apocalyptic proportions. All in all, a profitable day. Feeling like I could take on the galaxy, Commander. But don't worry, the Order's really got some nerve, acting all ain't any different from us in the end, though.
Ratcheting up my aggression. Standing by to stupefy. I'll handle this. Proceeding to attack. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
poser science cult encampment ahead.
Ratcheting up my aggression. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Target analyzed.
Craft back in business.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Yeah. Graph's raring to go.
If you're looking to buy, head inside. Just don't come.
Let me know if you're looking for any. Let me know if you're looking.
Pretty scathed, Commander.
So, we met what passes for the presiding bishop these days. Can't say I came off much impressed. Oh, I had plenty on my mind during that conversation, trust me. But I've been off the radar of her and the Council for over 2 decades. I aim to keep it that way. I am still a member of the Order and work in its best interests. I believe I can do that best by working outside their predictive models.
Ah, you're validating my hypothesis. Thank you, dear. That's all any scientician ever wants. May all our travails add to the equation. Did you need something? May the...
How may this unit is available? Which member of the incognito? Multiple warnings have been issued to Deputy Agent this unit is...
The monastery's up on the ridge, next to the statue of the matriarch. Did you need something? May all...
Commander. Such as?
Uh-oh, get ready, people. We may have trouble.
You know what surprised me the most? The sound an eyeball makes when it pops. I had no idea until that one time
Enough, dear. I may be out of practice with interpersonal relationships, but I see through your act. It's obvious you're trying to get a rise out of me.
You're right. I do tend to push things. I guess I can be a little embarrassed about how I act. Sometimes that's all I can do to keep from killing anyone I can get my hands on. I don't want people to think there's something wrong with me, so I hide my rage behind humor.
All right, then. Whatever you need to diffuse your rage so you're not, you know, violently attacking your teammates. I'll just keep an even closer watch on you from now on.
Keep your behavior within acceptable.
I'm going to lend a hand at the exclusion zone. Tend to the injuries. But a horrible accident.
Can't believe they're all... The order was right?
Ignored the orders, four warnings, and paid the price.
Anybody needs me, I'll be right here, patiently awaiting my latest personalized order prediction.
I'd offer a personalized order prediction, but with my current backlog, your future...
I didn't expect us to wander into the scene of a murder, but somehow I'm not entirely surprised. Anomalous events have a way of spreading, multiplying. We should find a way inside. There might be clues to what happened, and where Anaïs's research is now. They should have been sealed in that room to focus on their studies. I'd suspect the missing anchorite, the terminal at Winter's Grasp, said Anaïs. There might be signs of that. We should keep looking. There may be more to learn here. I've had a chance to look around. You seem like you've done a thorough sweep. We should discuss what we've uncovered. Poor thing. Blunt force trauma to the occipital lobe, I believe. Hard to say with just a superficial glance. At the very least, her cloister-mate Ankrus Brunn has some explaining. I saw that. I believe it was Ankrus Chow's diary. Chow seemed worried they were conspiring about something. That they'd mentioned an old order research station. A disputation of current order methodology. Focuses mainly on our presiding bishop, but saves ample... I believe I got the gist by efficiently skimming. My old department is repeatedly mentioned in a favorable light. Anaïs' work is regarded highly. That old research facility seems the most likely spot to look next. I know the coordinates on Eden. I don't know what happened to Ankrus Chow, but leaving a body behind is suspicious. There's no destroying the copies at this point, I'm afraid. We need a way to keep anyone from taking it up further in the future. If we go in guns blazing from here, it will only... This is the exact sort of work we did at the Department of... We developed tactics at the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection to minimize unforeseeable consequences. Fair enough. Did you need something? May the...
Who knew taxidermy and surgery were so alike?
Greetings, qualified.
Thank you again. How can I be of service? My supply...
Sorry, busy.
By calculating the position of every
You haven't seen what fine contraband might.
Yes, Commander. May all...
If it ain't my favorite commander, just stop it. What? Where's this coming from? I do something to get in your bad books? Well, now that my ticker's restarted.
Halt! Abide! Cease any and all manner of perambulation. Don't know who you all are, but unexpected guests are categorically unwelcome here. How'd you even find this place? Maybe I should just shoot you and glean details from your logs.
Ah, exemplar, if I may. Surely you recognize...
I can't recall if I ended whoever came up with that name.
You were head causality intercessor of the
More or less.
Well, what a fortuitous alignment of low probability events this is. Our efforts here are based on your former department. You should confer with Ankrus Brunn straight away. No. As the
Ankrus Brunn caked in blood. That's quite amusing. But we actually sought to find you and others of your program, Intercessor Delgado. Nonetheless, I'd ask you to follow certain precautions. Will you heed all requests?
We'll mind our manners, except...
Then, you may all proceed. You'll find Will...
Welcome to Point Obviation. Welcome to Point Obviation.
Ankrus Brunn is up the lift. 4th floor.
Now, let's talk later, dear. Ankrus Brunn is continuing Anais research from Winter's Grass. I'm sure of it. Best play along for now, until we can ascertain the best course of action.
With Marisol, given the security here, if we don't tread lightly, leaving peacefully might not be an option later.
No, is that Marisol?
The endpoint herself. I thought she was a myth.
Let's be on our best behavior. Don't even breathe. Look, everyone! It's the endpoint. Come to join us, I take it.
I do have a
intellectually
unique
stimulating day.
interest in what you all are doing here.
I am a long-time vocal exponent of your work, Intercessor Delgado. I hope you don't mind me saying. Go on up. You're expected.
Yeah, with a facility this impressive, I'm interested to see the work that warranted its construction.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, who's this?
Oh, yes, I remember you. We met. If I recall correctly, you helped me prove my argument that pacifism always presents the best options. I admit I have modified that opinion slightly since then. I understand you allowed Seer Wiley to go free, yes? Once was a time I would have made that exact same decision. And as for you, I've been informed that you're Marisol Delgado. I've read your file. An impressive body of work, though often quite mortiferously inclined.
Less so over time. There were too many pesky repercussions, I came to find.
Yes, well, to what do we owe the pleasure? Are you familiar with our goals? Come to join up, perhaps, or should I say re-enlist? It was more of a disputation as a scholarly objection than a manifesto per se, but why quibble? Anchoress Chow is very much against it. Her accident was quite tragic. You saw the disputation, though. Tell me, what did you think? You read it, yes? A truly unfortunate accident. I had posted, we try to honor her loss. Each day the equation remains unsolved, countless more tragedies occur. We must... Surely you're aware of the myriad errors of our current presiding bishop and previous. Our sect aims to end human suffering, sooner than later. To solve the universal equation in our lifetime requires bold action, clever calculation, and assiduous work. Oh, you're an admirer as well? It's one of the very things that Boujol's thinking was unconventional, ahead of her time.
Really? Seer Boujol is here, at present, in this facility? The one we're presently standing in?
Not long at all. We reached out to her on Claude. If you thought her work before was captivating, wait until you hear the intent is to represent the building blocks of the universe within a test chamber.
Sounds like it could change
Why, you should go see for yourself. As former colleagues, I'm sure you'd like to reacquaint. Yes, she's monitoring the experiment. I'll have Ella... We'll speak further after you check over Seer Boujol's work and the experiment concludes.
We'll find time for a private word after the mission.
How much longer do you predict preparations will take?
Almost ready. Perfect timing for my former colleague to peer review my work. I'll press them to verify my settings. Thereupon, we will begin.
Splendid. While others pontificate, we act. I await word of our success with bated breath.
Head Intercessor Delgado, what an opportune time for you to appear. At the perfect moment to assist our experiment.
What in the endless void are you?
Shh. Comms off, but others are near. I need your aid before this ridiculous affair careens into disaster. Can I rely on you this time? Or will you already intend on scurrying away again? I came to derail this line of inquiry in such a discommodious way that no one would ever consider trying it again. For all the aforementioned reasons of it likely causing, or at least queuing up and leading to, the end of all things. You chose to leave me behind, again. So when they came calling, I thought it an opportunity to sort it all myself. Yet, admittedly, at this moment, I could use your assistance.
This shouldn't be your burden. It's on me.
You don't get to decide that, or adjudicate, or coolly comment in a steely growl. Not falling for that a 10th time. Help, or stay out of my way. You don't remember us discussing this before Winter's Grasp? Too many competing crises, I guess. All right. Years ago, I was kicked out of the Order for research deemed dangerous. A means of sidestepping much of what's presumed required to solve the universal equation, using a series of reasoned shortcuts and educated postulations.
The idea was, theoretically, it would hurry the process along, so the equation could be solved in our lifetime. It was completely unorthodox.
Since then, I calculated what might occur if my work was completed. And there's a big chance of subsequent events leading to a universal end. So the stakes are everything.
When we destroyed the original copies of her research at Winter's Grasp, I discovered someone else was continuing her work, which led us here.
The test involves 4 stations. Each represents one of the fundamental building blocks of the universe. Zeranium gas, macro-ivs, nucleons, N-rays, all the usual stuff. That test chamber is where all are meant to mix, to simulate a mini-universe I can apply my theories to, pull data from, and deduce the universal equation in a reduced time frame. We know what happens if that's successful, so I need you to muck with each station's settings, then initiate the experiment. All you need to do is adjust each station's settings slightly. Things will cascade from there. Remember, subtlety is required.
Yes, if we alter the experiment input data in a less than delicate fashion, Brun will notice, I assure you.
The guards on the 2nd floor won't appreciate visitors, so avoid getting spotted. Here's a maintenance key. Head down the vent. It's only the fate of the galaxy riding on it, so perhaps try to be careful.
Hey, what the? Something wrong back there? Hello? Q or true. P is true or Q is true. A simple truth table for times. Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance.
Unfriendly nearby.
else hear that? No? Me then, I see.
All solutions precede problems.
That is the sound of science going exceptionally well.
It's filled with a machine, a sequence largely summoned to preceding numbers gives us math, brings us wonders, define recurrence relation, get us to sequence summation. It's Fibonacci, or fiber of our archie. Gives us math that brings us wonders. Define recurrence relation, get us to sequence summation. It's Fibonacci from Liber Abba Archie. 1, 1, 2, 5, 8. 1, 1, 2.
you're done, evaluating my work and all settings are fine. The final, enter the terminal command to void the oxygen from the test chamber. Void the oxygen on the terminal and the experiment will begin. Void the oxygen on the terminal and the experiment will begin. Void the oxygen on the terminal and the experiment will begin.
-2. Now you know just what to do. Start the cycle. Do. Hard to get in a good sleep cycle. These constant permutations upsetting everyone's natural logarithms. Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance. P and Q are true. P is true or Q is true. A simple truth table for turbulent times. Yes? False positive noted. Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance. What to do? Start the cycle. Do. Listen. redundancy is not. So it says in a good textbook.
Void the oxygen on the terminal and the experiment will begin.
Did it work? Did it work? See, was it a success? What happened?
Hold the applause just yet. I need to run the numbers. I'm sending the others back up to you. They can describe the proceedings in detail.
I shall await their arrival. Anchor's Brun out. That is how these messages end, yes? If not, farewell.
The results of the experiment will be a career-ending embarrassment for Anchoress Brun, but she won't accept this lightly. We'll need to do more.
Yes, our next steps here will be crucial. I know this type of mission well.
You'll need to convince her, destroy her logic, end this research for good.
Funny you should say that.
There's a wealth of well-proven data to verify haphazard murder being a profoundly bad idea. Deploying a logic bomb inside a reasoned argument is demonstrably more effective. All it requires is a forceful array of incisive argumentation, logical reasoning, coercive persuasion, and cognitive contortioning.
You mean one of our old brain-off maneuvers? Really? That's what the rank and file in our old department used to call it. Provost Bolding considered it a casual moniker unbefitting of an order scientician.
Make Brun give up on science, logic, and reason entirely. Then no one will ever dare continue the research again. Between you and
A brain-off against an order anchorite isn't entirely...
Oh, yes, a book you wrote titled Making an Execute...
That's hyperbolic at best. Data suggests significantly fewer unpredicted outcomes than outright...
And here I thought you'd begun to change. Success isn't guaranteed. A fair...
I would be willing and on hand to assist. And the other option would remain if we buck.
I've seen plenty of folks shot. Never seen a logic bomb brain off. That's getting my vote.
Thank you for listening. That's a relief.
Honestly, I'm relieved as well. I have been trying to be different. From the person others believe me to be.
From the legend? If you're retiring as the endpoint, well, typical argumentation may prove useless. And she'll likely see... But in the event the Anchoress is housed in a test chamber similar to this one. It's been referred... There is a hatch near the elevator upstairs. An external ledge leads to a vent system that can connect the two... I'll need to make an announcement afterward.
For an extemporaneous plan, it's not a bad one.
I'll cut off her comms when she begins pleading. Oh, that sounds even more heartless when I say it out loud. Here's the hatch key in case you need it. And Marisol, do keep out of trouble.
Best attend to the matter at hand. We can indulge in all sorts of idle talk afterward.
One, 2, 3, 5, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Hard to get in a good sleep cycle. These constant permutations upsetting everyone's natural logarithms.
I'll meet you out on the landing pad.
There you are. You saw the experiment through to the... Perhaps I oughtn't to have recloistered myself till after the experiment. What? No! It couldn't. Wait. Wait. Really? In what way? Did Seer Bujold fail to explain? This was just a start. It simply needs to be revised and refined. You certainly seem to be making a lot out of this, though. I miss her skepticalness and insight. If we could agree on a topic that could... Look, there may be some validity to some of your points, yes. But we'll improve. We will continue to stride for... Oh, is one of you a seer? Now, is that all? Because I think I've had enough of all this. Everything we've done here is built off Seer Bujold's research, which is quite brilliant. That's both incorrect and rather mean. There was notable variance to the input data. To an extent, I fear that...
If I may, I have a point I'd like to add. There's a critical flaw in Seer Bujold's approach I think best illustrated by this English phrase. Time flies like an arrow. I much appreciate this jest. Very simple. Through this perspective, it functions, makes sense, is humorous even. The framework we interpret the statement from changes, thus rendering it
It lacks context. When you extrapolate the data from the mini... This has been a difficult conversation.
We tried.
What was that? You're starting to worry me. The experiment data... There was notable variance to the Did you? Tenured at...
I'll meet you out on the landing pad. Once... Fellow scholars of the Order, a tragic accident has occurred. During our recent experiment in Test Chamber Beta, we failed to recognize that ventilation systems had been left connected to Test Chamber Alpha. As you know, it had been recently refurbished as an enclosure for Anchoress Brun. She gave her life for science. Well, it's true that we found the related research deeply flawed, but she gave her life for the pursuit of science. As the experiment was a colossal failure, I, as senior scientist remaining, have determined we must abandon this inquiry and shut down the program immediately. Oh, such a terrible shame. Farewell!
mutations upsetting everyone's natural logarithms.
I understand now why they say never meet your heroes, Intercessor Del. A key experiment fails and Anchor's Brunn falls prey to an unfortunate accident right after you and your consort arrive. And we are all to believe these events are unrelated?
That's circumstantial and more than a mite bit paranoid. I expect better from an Order scientician. Even one from the Department of Applied Scientism.
Don't think I don't see your handprints all over this, Delgado. Don't try to lay the responsibility for this on me. I'm not buying it. The Anchoress, poor trusting soul that she was, may have believed you were here in good faith, but I don't. You're looking more and more like enemies to me. You think I'm predisposed to assume their logic is sound and reasoning impeccable? Perhaps I do defer in part where such intellects are involved. Yet, the greater facts of this matter remain unevinced, and I remain unconvinced. Are you done? I know you're to blame. I just wanted to see how far you were gonna take this. I can't believe Anchor's fellow exemplars.
Ready to take the heat off, Commander. Just stay put.
Locking them down. Purification in progress.
Up two.
Agent, what do you need? May all... Investigating hostile intentions.
Lock them up.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Aim recharged.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. on their weaknesses.
Ready to waste them.
Fortificator at ready status. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Apologies, but no target, no attack.
Hey, got a distraction for you. Over here. Free hold of it. Better if I go unseen.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Combatant scan. Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Give the water and I'll take care of him, Commander. I will make your point.
Oh, look who it is. Say, you tried to do right before.
The credit or blame belongs to the commander here.
You forget I know you. You always thought you knew better. No one could.
There are a few things I'm still not used to saying. I was wrong.
At any rate, I'm off. Before I forget.
Oh, thank you, Anais. Goodbye. Oh, Brunn obviously murdered her. Thought you knew that. Perhaps it was an accident. Or not. Indefinite immurement. But her canned feigned concern about Chow, how she kept changing the subject. But, oh, not really. Not yet, at any rate. Everything's a bit raw right now. But suppose I will be. Thank you, dear.
Seer Bourgeois sure was something. Hope you didn't take any of her harsher comments to heart.
Did you need something? May the... Commander, it's customary to evaluate results. I've had some time to cogitate over what occurred at Point Obviation. Some parts don't sit right with me still. A bit, yes. With the work I used to, we could have done better by Ankrus Brunn. If we'd properly convinced her to abandon the research, and yet, such actions were par for the course for me in the past. When my remorse for Brunn rears its head, it will need to get in line. Well, I wouldn't bet again. Yes, Southworth was complicit. And now she's dead. Theoretically, no, not necessarily. In practice, with that motley group of scienticians, I hope so, at least. According to Anaïs, we could have reduced the likelihood of that occurring by completing the brain-off. It's not anywhere near zero, but it's unlikely. She seemed pleased that we at least attempted to address her concerns, so I've changed, apparently. Thanks to you. It's been a while since anyone gave me a good talking to. I'm pleased with the path I'm on now. I didn't think this is what the plan had in store for me. Appreciate you taking... If x is the square root of -1, may all...
Bending my ear? Speak freely.
Stay safe out there.
I sense scum and close.
Enemy spotted. Sharpen up. Hostiles nearby.
hand.
Stand ready. Our foes are close.
The sovereign provides, the system abides.
The old quarters are... they have all been removed. I hardly recognize this place.
Something's happening to Tristan. He's acting like a human being.
I'm fine. Some errant dust merely found its way into my eye. That elevator over there goes to the Supreme Arbiter's old office. I hope the technicians have kept it in working order.
Questions are an addiction.
I believe what we need is on that terminal. I'll see if I can find my way in. The terminal's locked, which is no surprise. See if you can find some method to bypass its passcode. Did you hear that? I think something may have unlocked. I think this may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. You must finish reading through that terminal. The elevator's been summoned from below.
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, and thus I can assume you already know my intent. Even considering aligning myself against the Sovereign is like sticking my hand in boiling oil. Yet my dead charges spur me forward. 10 scores of Arcadia's finest, at least 10 scores, died in defense of Golden Ridge. And does the region lie in our control? No. We fled like sprats, all at Varric's behest. I shall lower myself to work with you, Consul. I will help you uphold your plan to... Hold it. What in blazes? How long have you been standing there? What did you hear?
I cannot believe what I heard. I cannot. Yes, I'm fine. My mentor hated the Consul and was...
That seems like a lot of work to go through just to flatten someone's head with one of those giant hammers.
What I'm proposing is eminently plausible. It may be beyond you to see her machinations, but it's obvious to me that this was merely an intricate play. It's all that makes sense. I am not in denial. I am not. Wait.
Arbiter Rao, I finally got you. Submit quietly.
Are you?
My name is Junior Arbiter Mayhall, and I operate on Arbiter Mandate, as you did once. Now, no questions. This is already going to be difficult enough.
This is not the time for your deranged jests.
Well, that's ridiculous. My interest in Arbiter Rao is purely professional.
Enough. This has been an unpleasant day, and my patience is gone. Your accusations are baseless, and accosting a higher-ranked arbiter is grounds for arbitration.
They're far from baseless. You stand accused of abandoning your post, of infiltrating Protectorate facilities with opaque aims, and of hampering the Protectorate war effort. How dare you?
I may be a junior arbiter, but I'm not going to let someone that is a high-ranking arbiter get away with desertion. I heard that Arbiter Rao had left his post without following the trail has not been a simple matter, but I did not let that deter me.
Most certainly. The acclimation period for
We junior arbiters are as capable as always, if not more so. All the war has made clear is that we must take... There's no discussion to be had with criminals. I needed to see first...
These accusations of yours are slander. If you believe false bravado shall save you from my wrath, you're sorely mistaken. At Oculus, and again at the Vox, you showed me. Here my sense of duty clamors to be answered. Slaying her for sincerely trying to do what is right would be a farce of justice. There has been very little humor to...
What is this insanity? I would never imagine an arbiter. I may not wish to judge him. I may not understand what has come over him. It is of no consequence. His crimes against the Protectorate are all that matters.
The ex-Protectorate subject there had been mentally refreshed. Killing him would have accomplished nothing, despite his crimes, as he was merely a pawn to someone...
That's even worse than I thought.
The Supreme Arbiter taught me to follow my own sense of justice. And I have. Use your mind. Think about what I did. What you intend to do. Is this...
What of it?
Ironic. You came here to judge me. I chose to investigate the Supreme Arbiter's death on my own.
That's impossible. I refuse to believe we both could be guilty if we were simply following what we were taught.
We don't know that for certain, but to an onlooker, without our
Even the Supreme Arbiter has struggled with this? Consider my hand stayed. I can see that judging Tristan would only rob the Protectorate of another of its servants.
It would appear we're in agreement. Neither of us shall raise a hand against the other. I'm pleased.
Ever known an arbiter to lose their taste for blood? That's disappointing.
So, what course of action do we take now?
It's important for an arbiter to use their forebrain. Next time you encounter something as strange as a loyal arbiter diverging from the path of righteousness, investigate. You may find more questions than answers. But deciphering them and interpreting justice as best we can is how we might serve Arcadia.
Uphold justice in my way. I'll attempt to remember that, Arbiter Rao.
Glory to the Protectorate, Junior Arbiter. Make me proud. I'm pleased we were able to resolve that altercation peaceably. Robbing Arcadia of an enthusiastic recruit would have given me little joy.
You say that, but I've seen the way you smile when you kill... Oh, sorry, dispense justice. I'd say she got lucky. Or you're turning soft.
You know, I'd even venture to say she reminded me just a little of myself as a lad. I assure you, all this excitement did not make me forget the confession on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I have to bring it to Virgil. Together, we can... Have you lived all your life within the Protectorate? No. What do you know about what makes an Arbiter? I refuse to question the Supreme Arbiter. Virgil will know what to make of this. Together, we'll figure out what to do. Once we find Virgil, he and I shall unravel what occurred with the Supreme... Certainly. I consider myself an open... Virgil and I are just as close... We make extremely effective compatriots. Where I am... It's a shame there may only be one Supreme Arbiter. I would enjoy...
I thought the Dawn were my family. But with Dagmar's betrayal and the willingness with... That's true. And even... She made all of us feel our lives weren't meaningless. Yes. The truth of the Dawn cannot be allowed to...
Then nice.
Better investigate.
So, Dagmar didn't betray us to the Sentinels. She is a Sentinel with a fucking office here in Central Control. It's enough to make one take leave of their sanity.
There? If you wish to feel better, try thinking of wanton murder.
I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that. Fortunately, there's an easy solution to Dagmar's betrayal, one which involves removing her head from her body. Or maybe we should start with the disemboweling? So many choices.
Well, as a Helia Leitinger, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you've made it this far. In addition to your wonderful thirst for wanton violence, you were always bright, though still somehow too thoroughly deluded to apprehend the truth. But then again, you never really wanted to, did you?
I'm sure I don't know. Obviously some manner of ruse to distract from her unforgivable betrayal.
Yes, well, can it truly even be considered betrayal if it was always lies? And Aza's willful ignorance made her the perfect candidate when I started the Dawn at the Consul's behest.
What are you talking about? There were cultists before me.
No, there were not. The fiction of a cult was born out of the need to convince the Sovereign to return to the true spirit of the Protectorate. The Consul feared he was too weak.
You... How dare you! You shall pay dearly for daring to speak thus, and the Consul shall pay triple!
I see that Aza isn't the only willfully ignorant person here. Society needs to be controlled for the greater good, by any means necessary. Or would you prefer a more corporate way of life? If you have issue with the nature of humankind, perhaps you should take it up with the Grand Architect.
Dagmar, all this can't be right. How can you spout such lies? Our cause is righteous. It has to be.
And there it is. I almost felt sorry for you, Azahelia. You were so pathetic. So willing to believe specious arguments backed with only the flimsiest of proofs. Ah, well, such is life. But your usefulness is not yet at an end. Your death will put me back in the Consul's good graces. Goodbye, Aza.
No, that's too quick. What about... No, not painful enough. Yes, that's it. I just need to find a piece of heat-conducting metal and something to peel the skin. What, you suddenly take issue with my methods? I can think of no reason to curtail the pleasure of my revenge. I know of no other way to act.
Azahelia Leitinger is still at large. All guards loyal to the Protectorate converge on my position at once.
Hostile side.
shall dither, hither and yon. Back to it.
Unfriendly company. They're mine.
Step aside, swine.
Changing magazines efficiently and in short order.
Restore my life or avenge my...
Villains abound.
Restore my life or avenge my death.
Cleared out.
Assist me, will you? My death would be a stain on both of us.
That counterpart was much better. An explosive.
None shall stand against us!
Sharp enough. Hostiles nearby. I will restore my life or avenge my death.
Prepare for absolution! I despise that fury! And yet I must!
I'm alive. Who needs to die? Commander, don't tease me!
Intricately designed system can have great ramifications. Fine. So remember to
The hammer is quicker than the gun.
They covered.
I'm on target!
Sustain the system!
Blast! I was halfway. Speak freely.
I can't talk right now. Concentrating on what I'm going to do to Dagmar.
your execution.
Enemy spotted.
As a Heliolightinger is still at large, all guards loyal to the Protectorate converge on my position at once.
Unfriendly company. They're fine.
You think Raven's business?
Forever vigilant.
Either restore my life or avenge my death.
Hostile now.
Wrist weapon prime.
Trouble about. My hammerhand itching.
Seems the Consul is not devoted to the idea of training future arbiters. I wish I could say I was surprised.
Reduce them to a slurry.
Every component is...
Ready to dispense judgment!
Target reacquired.
Ooh, an enemy.
Vigilant. Search completed in a logical and timely manner.
Ah! You're still alive! Now, let's not be too hasty here. You seem a rational person. There must be something we can do to resolve this peacefully. Please don't let Azza get her hands on me.
Why are you talking to them, Dagmar? I'm the one you must answer to. Well, I'm waiting to hear your ineffectual arguments as to why you should be spared. And then I'll kill you. You can start by telling me why. Why'd you do it, and why me?
Why? I'm a loyal subject to the True Protectorate. What other reason is there? When the Consul tasked me to help save the colony, I did not even think to ask why. And you were an obvious choice. So you brought me great praise from the Consul. Until you started asking questions and killing the wrong people. The Consul feared that the Sovereign wasn't up to the task he inherited. He actually believed the subjects no longer needed such a firm guiding hand. So the Consul set to creating a challenge for the Sovereign to rise to make manifest the hidden dangers he refused to see. It began with labeling political subversives members of a fictitious cult. When that didn't work, the Consul enlisted me to make the glorious dawn a reality. Which wrong people didn't she kill? We were supposed to work through intimidation and sure, maybe kill some subjects, those that could possibly become. And then she started asking questions that would have led to her discovering the truth. She had to die. Before the Consul, so it began with labeling.
Enough of this blathering on. It's well past time for Dagmar and her life. Feel free to think on that while I...
No, let's stop this!
She's dead.
As am I. Our enthusiasm got the better of us. She should have. Now that Dagmar is dead, I'll be leading the Dawn into the glorious future. You're absolutely right. They turned on me once, they could do it. I can send out a general message to all the cells from here. I'll say our communications have been compromised or some. That should work, though I suspect a fair amount will simply just enough to keep my knife skills up at least. It's done. Let's leave this place. It sickens me. I'm not ready to talk yet. Let's get out of here.
That's
I'm
Measures at the ready, Commander.
Engagingly described.
Up higher mind.
Tristan, or should I say, the famous Arbiter Rao.
If you seek to taunt me, know that my hammer has crushed the skulls of dozens like yourself.
See, that's just it. You act all high and mighty, but you're as scary to people as I am.
Wrongdoers fear me. Fear me, most certainly. But loyal subjects admire me. I might go so far as to say I am adored, far and wide.
No, they're terrified of you. I should know. I grew up having nightmares of being judged unworthy.
You mean for doing something like, joining an insane religious cult?
You're dumber than you look. And that's saying something.
We join our hands in reverent chorus. Console guides us through the night.
It's strange how I ended up here. If I hadn't started traveling with you, I may have spent my days hunting down the members I thought You may not have noticed, but I have a tendency to be not too reckless to heed your counsel, at least when it comes to the remnants of the Dawn. What? Why would you say that?
Commander. Such as?
Greetings, fellow loyal citizen of the Protectorate. It is inconceivable that the Sentinels would allow a hostile into such close proximity to Central. Well, because I was ordered to, of course. Oh, of course. My mistake. It's obviously because my commander, because their superior officer wanted it done? Oh, I believe it's because the Sentinels have taken over many of... The Sentinels must not have need of these supplies and didn't want to allow them to fall into enemy hands. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Although, it's not my place to speculate. Our purpose is not to question, but to do. A mind... Only 8...
Your vitals look grim, Commander.
Only 8 more bins to go once I've...
Prosecuting! Viscerally!
That wasn't intentional. Both eyes open. Bloodthirsty cultist? Really?
your execution.
Supposed to shoot the enemy.
Prosecuting! Viscerally!
But... Dawn is breaking!
Starting my strength!
Victory and death! Dawn is breaking! Double that! Wine. Tell me to...
A lot.
I am bribed to punish.
Ready to spread the truth.
Looks like a Dawn camp is up ahead. We should be able to find one of our devices there.
I don't know why the commander insists on
Pairing me with you?
nothing in common. I can't even speak with you about pitchball scores.
Why not? I like pitchball.
What? Really? Well, who's your favorite team?
Oh, I don't care about any of that. I just like watching people die on the playing field.
Taking punitive action. Unleash my might upon them.
Wine.
I am prepared to speak freely. Lethally.
Lo and behold, a foe. Victory and death, all of the rest. Got pop. Enemy in evisceration range. Yeah! Let me take...
Magazine, efficiently and in short order.
I need reviving.
I need revenge. I'm alive.
Who needs to die?
Those fools. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Why wouldn't they attempt to conversate? Then they should have reported me to their superior. I shall continue to answer slights of this nature through Never speak freely. What in blazes? Where is everyone? This entryway should be teeming with guards.
Attention, IRC staff. Please head inside for an important announcement from the console. Attendance is mandatory.
Mandatory? That's not good. Those are always bad news.
Against us! Your execution.
My blade grows package!
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Currently performing the tasks of 6 subjects. Active job queue maximum, excluding additional input.
Due to an anomalous event, the interstitial hall and exhibition tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-essential personnel. All requests to view the prototype rift anomaly modulator are hereby suspended for the time being. Please direct all further queries and study petitions to the lead researcher's office.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment to strengthen his resolve for the good of all. At his command, I, Emery Thoreau, now accept the responsibility of shepherding you through these dark times until our sovereign's blessed return. I shall not take this duty lightly, for I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader, which I am, but as a simple man who wants nothing more than to defend his home and his neighbors. But I cannot do it alone.
I smell regicide. The sovereign's certainly dead.
What? That's impossible. This must be some kind of ploy on the consul's behalf. I don't believe it. That scum. That miserable. I shall not rest until the consul pays for his treachery and Arcadia's rightful ruler is reinstated. A protectorate led by the consul is no protectorate at all. They are the outcasts, not I. I fear how my fellow subjects will respond to this news. I believe that most will remain loyal to the sovereign, but I will need to deal with those who strayed. I shall attend to that matter. I sincerely doubt this is the end of...
Better investigate.
Not for it!
Enemies destroyed. It's killing time.
Lost track of him. They envy our prosperity. Be a good neighbor. Anybody see him? They hate our contentment.
That rift is strange. Though I'm wary of engaging with these anomalies, it's possible there may be something worthwhile within.
Restoring the balance. Lost him. Maintaining perfection. Always watchful. You can't fight contentment. You think too much. Anybody see him? Giving chase. They envy our prosperity.
This sight makes every hair stand on end. Grab the modulating device, then let us be off with extreme haste.
If everyone didn't know we were here before, they certainly do now. Seems we'll need to use that drift modulator to get us out of here.
you're the unsubtle thief. Yes, you with the rift modulator. I've made the intercom available to you. Avail yourself of it. It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center, aided and abetted by one of our very own arbiters, no less. I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. Prototype modulator. The first of many such devices we've created here at the center. And regardless, that one won't remain in your keeping long. Well, there will be time to scrutinize every angle of this breach at a later date, once I have dealt with you. I could also reduce you to a state of quivering no matter. I will await you in the hangar.
I see an enemy.
What?
No manners.
Terminating this fruitless pursuance.
No use rambling further.
Enemy about.
Especially perturbed.
Got a live one.
Prance and shimmy to your heart's reasonable ability.
Take a gander.
Miranda would have been 17 today. I can scarce imagine her. My little son. Merely a woman grown. Will she recognize her father, I wonder? After all he has done to bring her back, will she gaze upon him with pride? Happiest of returns, Miranda. I trust this year to be the last one we share apart.
This was the Sovereign's room? So much for his perfection. Saved us some trouble.
Like the one with the summer dog?
No. It seems we may have been intruded upon during the consul's announcement. I heard it from one of Valancourt's men. An outsider, apparently. Violent.
How ghastly. Well, Valancourt no doubt has it in hand. Perhaps this will take some of his edge off and he'll let us alone after.
A hypothesis that does not hold much water, I fear.
Fret not. Our researchers have everything well in hand.
Didn't I just lose an arm not a month or so ago?
More immaculate than my quarters. I have found that the
Tidiest spaces often belie filth-sodden deeds.
my family's wise counselor for more years than I have drawn breath, Emery. But that does not grant you the right to challenge my will.
Why, I challenge nothing. I simply offer guidance where I may. I've neither the wish nor the strength to usurp your authority.
I know you have designs on my rift research. What I cannot understand is what you intend to do with it. What exactly are you plotting?
Suspicion is unbecoming, Henry. And restoring Arcadia to resplendence is my sole aim, as it should be yours. Yet you remain intent to use the rift for the most tenuous of means.
You forget yourself, Consul. Pray, I do not forget all the loyal service you have given me, or you might lose more than just your standing in my affections.
This paradigm we serve supplies all we deserve.
Shouldn't we warn those soldiers not to stand so close to our experiment? No greater teacher than experience.
Seeking cover. Quarry found. Sustain.
Our commander hangs from a thread.
Demonstrated record.
These fools still linger. Maintaining perfection.
Maintaining perfection. They manufacture one.
Red takes Arcadia!
Particularly humorous.
Now that you have the rift modulator, any previously inaccessible rifts could be worth revisiting. Rifts may contain useful equipment and resources.
However, due to the chaotic nature of reconstitution, some creative problem-solving may be required in reaching them.